meeting will now come to order. Ms. Marilyn, please call the roll. Here.
Mr. Morrow.
Here.
Ms. Jones. Mr. Armenter.
Here.
Ms. Aronson.
Here.
Mr. Blossman.
Here.
Mr. Brown.
Here.
Mr. Dampf.
Here.
Mr. Luke.
Here.
Mr. Mallett. Mr. Morris.
Here.
Mr. Starnes.
Here.
Mr. Temple.
Here.
Ms. Werner. Here. Mr. Williams.
Here.
Mr. Zuschlag. Mr. Chairman, there's a quorum.
Thank you very much. The St. Augustine High School Marching 100 Color Guard will present the colors. Today's invocation will be given by David Rainwater, class of 2025, Doctor of Dental Surgery candidate, and a pledge will be given by Kai Ralph, nursing student and School of Nursing Student Government president.
Good morning and welcome to LSU
Dr.
Health
Nelson.
Science Center. David Rainwater is a third-year student in the Doctor of Dental Surgery program and a member of the class of 2025. Before being admitted to the School of Dentistry, he earned Bachelor of Science degrees in Biology and Chemistry. In his time here, David is an active participant in the admissions process, dental volunteer opportunities, and student organizations. He has served as the Admissions Ambassador Coordinator, President of the school's Christian Medical and Dental Association chapter, and on the school's Professional Chapter as well committee. David is also a student representative for the American Dental Education Association Annual Conference, which will be coming up in the spring. David Rainwater.
Good morning, board. Let's take a moment to pray and reflect on this time together. Heavenly Father, I pray today that we are able to invoke a moment of reflection as we embark on the shared journey of advancing health education. I pray today that wisdom will guide our decisions, empathy will shape our interactions, and a commitment to excellence will drive our endeavors. Regardless of our diverse beliefs, let unity and purpose be the foundation of our collective efforts. It's in your heavenly name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Good morning, everyone. Hands over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I'd like to recognize, I have the honor of recognizing our special guest this morning, Governor John Bell Edwards. We'll ask you to come forward, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Governor.
Good morning.
We just asked you to come this morning to say, once again, thank you for your leadership in higher education for our state over the last 8 years. Thank you for your leadership and all you've done for LSU in this enterprise. And we just wanted you to say, I guess, a parting word to us as a
Sure.
collective board. So thank you very much for being
No,
here.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Board of Supervisors, Dr. Tate, and everyone who is here. On behalf of myself, I really want to tell everybody in this room and everybody across the entire footprint of LSU in Louisiana that I personally appreciate everything that you all have done to advance the cause of higher education, to increase opportunity, to increase prosperity in our state, and the quality of life for all of our residents. And I say that on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of the 4.7 million people who live here who benefit from your work every day, even though they may not realize it, or even if they realize it, they may never associate it with you all and your work. So I appreciate the opportunity to be down here. I'm very mindful that as I say these words, this is the last time I'm going to speak to the board. A month from today, on January the 8th, I will leave office. And I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity that I have been given. You know, I'm grateful for the opportunity that the state has given Donna to be the First Lady as well, and the tremendous work that she has done. The people of Louisiana inspire me. They all relive needlessly the challenges of the past as it relates to funding. And I know I've said this before to you all, and I'll just one more time. The principal reason that I ran for governor 8 years ago was because our state had disinvested in higher education more than any other state over the previous several years. When you are trying to improve the health outcomes, the education outcomes, when you're trying to improve quality of life, increase opportunity and prosperity, that is incompatible with cutting higher education. And I remember being in the legislature and watching that happen, and members of the legislature come up with all sorts of reasons to justify funding cuts. And as it related to LSU, I had members from various parts of the state tell me, well, that's not so bad. LSU is not in my district. I defy anyone to find any part of Louisiana where LSU is not present. And first of all, it's in a real, tangible, concrete way through the extension service offices that they have. But in terms of your overall footprint, the impact that you have with research, you have students from every parish at any given time, you know, all of that sort of stuff. I guess what I'm saying is we know that we're doing better today. I pray that we'll be doing better next year than we are now, that this continues. And we're funding higher ed at $465 million more on a recurring basis now for operational funding than we were when I became governor, and then tremendous investments in the capital construction program as well. I'm just going to say something that is obviously true and is true to us as in our families, in our businesses, and in the enterprise of running state government. You cannot invest what you do not have. And so I want to thank you all for helping us. And there's one person in this room who helped me more than any other person here stabilize the fiscal condition of our state, grow our revenue as our economy has grown, so that we can make these investments And that happens to be Kimberly, who I don't know where Kimberly is sitting, because there you are. You were hiding from me. Until y'all stole her, she was the Secretary of Revenue. And it was her job to help me to figure out how we could get the revenue necessary to make all the investments that we've made. And of course, when we invest in healthcare, you all are integral to that as well. In fact, there's not much that we do as a state that LSU isn't a prominent part of. When we were responding to COVID, LSU was a huge part of that. So I just want to thank you for your diligent work, because it's one thing to just put more money towards the enterprise, LSU. It's another thing to make sure that we're wise stewards of the money and that those additional investments actually achieve the results that we all intend. And those decisions are made by you all collectively. So I want to thank you for your work. I know the state is much better off in many objectively verifiable ways. And much of that has to do with the work that you all have done as a board. So I appreciate the opportunity to be governor. I thank you for the work that you've done. I know, we all are tasked, whether it's me being governor, you being board members, you're supposed to leave things better than you found them. I am convinced we will leave things better than we found them when Donna and I leave the governor's mansion next month. And I'm also convinced that whenever your terms on this board or your term as president is up, and I hope none of that happens anytime soon, but I know that when that happens, you're going to be able to similarly say and believe, and it will be true, that LSU is better off in many significant ways than it was when you started. So I thank you for your work, and I wish everyone here just a wonderful Christmas and holiday season. I do want to complain a little bit about the score of the Army game. No, I'm joking about that. But the biggest game of the year for us is tomorrow. And y'all watch Army beat Navy. It's gonna be a wonderful day, and then we'll worry about getting back at LSU. And by the way, y'all know the series is 1-1, right? Yeah. We've only played twice. Y'all have won one, and Army's won one. Look, thank y'all so much. God bless, and obviously I'll be around for another month, and then after that, I'm just going to Tangipahoa Parish. I'm going to live in the house that we own up there, and I'll be practicing law and so forth. So I'm not going anywhere. And I and Don and our children and our soon-to-be grandchildren will have a vested interest in what you all continue to do for our state. So thank you, and let's win the Heisman. That's tomorrow night too, right?
Yes, it is.
Sir.
Yeah, let's do that tomorrow. That will be extra special. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Governor. Governor, thank you very much. Before you leave, we have a couple small tokens of appreciation from the board. We have a proclamation. Mary, will you please read it?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, on behalf of Chairman Woods, President Tate, and my colleagues on the board, we would like to present this resolution. Whereas Governor John Bel Edwards began his term as the 56th governor of the state of Louisiana on January 11th, 2016, and has been an avid supporter of higher education and Louisiana State University since. And whereas Governor Edwards is a 1999 graduate of Louisiana State University's Paul M. Hebert Law Center, and whereas Governor Edwards is the 4th Louisiana State University law graduate to serve as Louisiana governor. And whereas Governor Edwards made investments in higher education and Louisiana State University to provide our researchers with state-of-the-art facilities and resources needed to conduct cutting-edge research. And whereas Governor Edwards' support has enabled our faculty to continue the training of generations of Louisianians who will open businesses, create jobs, and become the innovators of the workforce and of our future. And whereas Governor Edwards aided in Louisiana State University's growing economic impact that has made the university a $6.1 billion talent development engine for the state of Louisiana. And whereas, as a result of the governor's sustained higher education funding, Louisiana State University graduates compose 3/4 of all professional degrees in the state, including medical, engineering, business, education, and law degrees, amongst others. And whereas the governor's continued support has furthered Louisiana State University's training of medical professionals, causing Louisiana State University to have currently trained 2 out of every 3 physicians in Louisiana and 3 out of every 4 working dental professionals in Louisiana. And whereas Governor Edwards has made education in all forms a priority, aiding Louisiana State University in impacting the lives of over 110,000 K-12 students who are a part of the Louisiana State University Ag Center youth development programs like 4-H. And whereas Governor Edwards' valiant pursuit to stabilize the higher education budget has led to historic funding, investments, and donations for not just Louisiana State University, but all higher education entities inside of Louisiana. And whereas the unwavering support of Governor Edwards and the Louisiana legislature for the Louisiana State University enterprise led to historic appropriations and investments, enhancing our commitment to our great state's higher education and the future of our children. And whereas Governor Edwards has been a present and continuous supporter of Louisiana State University and its Board of Supervisors, attending numerous ribbon-cutting ceremonies, commencements, academic events, fundraisers, and hosting LSU and its affiliates in his home at the Governor's Mansion, and on many occasions. And whereas Governor Edwards appointed Chairman Jimmy M. Woods Sr., Chair-elect Patrick C. Morrow, immediate past Chair Valencia Sarpy Jones, past Chair Remy Voisin Starnes, past Chair Robert S. Stamp, past Chair Mary Leach Werner, past Chair James M. Williams, Supervisor Glenn J. Armentor, Supervisor Laurie Lipsy Aronson, Supervisor B. Wayne Brown, Supervisor Jack A. J. Blossman Jr., Supervisor Chester Lee Mallett, Supervisor Raymond R. Randy Morris, Supervisor Collis B. Temple Jr., and Supervisor Richard E. Zuschlag. And now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agriculture and Mechanical College wishes to express its deepest gratitude and appreciation to Governor John Bell Edwards for his tireless devotion, exemplary leadership, and unequaled service in aid of the Louisiana State University enterprise, and for continuously showing his resolute and unwavering support for Louisiana State University and higher education in the state of Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Starnes.
I would like to move to adopt the resolution as a resolution of the Board of Supervisors and ask for a unanimous second.
Second. Moved in second. All approved. Governor, thank you very much. We have this proclamation, and our chair of the athletics department, I think, want to present something as well. A very rare women's basketball jersey.
I guess you anticipated.
Ever number one.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to recognize Mr. Austin Taylor, the president and CEO of St. Augustine High School.
I bring you greetings from St. Augustine High School, the oldest all-male African-American Catholic high school in the United States of America. I want to thank Chairman Jimmy Woods of the LSU Board of Supervisors for extending an invitation for our young men to take part in this meeting of the minds in conjunction with the ribbon-cutting ceremony for LSU Health Sciences Center. I'd like to thank our outgoing governor, Governor John Bell Edwards, for a job well done. Your 2 terms of demonstrated servant leadership has served us well in our state, so thank you. Since ascending to president of our institution in the year 2021, I've had the esteemed pleasure of witnessing 2 entire graduating classes made up of 186 graduates enter 42 colleges and universities across our state and country. In the current scholastic year, St. Augustine boasts more than 3 dozen alums on LSU's flagship campus as undergrads and graduate students. We are truly proud of our college-ready culture and continue to foster it. Next summer, as ambassadors of the United States and our great state of Louisiana, our full marching band will journey over to Normandy, France, and serenade the beaches and streets of St. Mary-Glise as we pay respect to the 80th anniversary of World War II. Without any doubt, we will proudly represent our home state as our Louisiana flag will wave high and mighty just as it was on display today. And as I close out, I would like to provide a round of applause to the entire Board of Supervisors for their steadfast commitment, ever-evolving vision, and committed leadership to supply support towards the extraordinary work President Tate and his team continues to produce for such an outstanding institution. Thank you, and go Tigers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. As a point of personal reference, our 2 oldest boys are proud graduates of St. Augustine High School, and we appreciate all the leadership that you've provided to that institution. At this time, I want to recognize Dr. Nelson again to present the students who spoke this morning. If you could.
So I know I spoke a little bit out of turn. I apologize in terms of the governor's presentation. So you already heard about our distinguished student, David Rainwater. I'll talk just briefly about Kai Ralph. But before they do that, on your desk, we left a small token of our appreciation for all that the Board of Supervisors, President Tate, has done for LSU Health in the state. Inside, you'll find a tile from the original Charity Hospital floor, and on that tile is inscribed these words: "In this harbor, weary sea-worn ships drop anchor, and new launch vessels start their outward trips. Within these walls, life begins and ends." And that's clearly our mission and what we do for the state of Louisiana. So now let me introduce Kai. Kai Ralph is a graduating Senior 2 student in the School of Nursing. She grew up on the West Bank and graduated from Thomas Jefferson High School. Kai serves as the president of the Student Government Association, and she's also the Senior 2 Student Government Association representative. She is an active member of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Student Association and the Students Nursing Association. Presently, she works as a nurse technician at Children's Hospital and plans to pursue a position as a registered nurse when she graduates. Thank you.
Ms. Ralph, would you please come forward?
morning, everyone.
Good morning. Again, we just wanted to recognize you and say thank you for being part of our services this morning in the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Yeah. Dr. Nelson, do we have one other student you want to present this morning?
That was David Rainwater. I already presented for the dental school. David?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Mr. Rainwater, thank you as well for being here and being a part of the program this morning. We sincerely appreciate your leadership.
Well,
So thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah. At this time, I want to recognize, and we're going to be very brief with this, but we have 3 nonprofit leaders with us this morning, and I'm going to ask them to come and give a 2 or 3 minute presentation in terms of the work they're doing. I think it's critically important to our city and our state. And I am going to start with Mr. Andy Copeland, who is not only the president and CEO of the Greater New Orleans Foundation, but is heading up our biomedical district. So, Mr. Copeland, good morning.
Good morning, and good morning to you, Mr. Chairman, President Tate, members of the Board of Supervisors. Thrilled to be here. In fact, the reason that I'm coming to you as part of the Bio District New Orleans is, in fact, an LSU request. So back in 2017, Jimmy Moran, who was running the LSU Real Estate Facilities Foundation, asked me to come to a meeting about Charity Hospital. So we think we need to adaptively reuse Charity Hospital. I said, well, don't just fix the building, try to turn the neighborhood and the district into the innovation district it should become. Well, LSU's report then came out and said, we need a trusted civic organization in New Orleans to take the lead on activating the neighborhood. Jimmy called me up and said, you're it. My board has since made a generational commitment to trying to build a robust, job-creating, and equitable bio district in New Orleans. So we did a strategic plan for the area around Charity Hospital. One of the recommendations to that plan was to create a revenue sharing proposal for the bio district New Orleans. So we've achieved now a tax increment financing district proposal with the city of New Orleans that will produce $70 million over the next 17 years. With Governor Edwards' help, we got a $25 million state match. So we have $95 million that we'll be investing in this area, which you are the heart of, over the next 17 years to try to really activate the district. So when you're recruiting researchers to come to work at this medical center, when you're trying to get that NCI cancer designation, which we think will turbocharge the district more than anything else that's possible, we are eager to be your partners. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Williams, when you were chairman as well, we did a bunch of town meetings together on that. Mr. Woods was part of my board at the time we made that generational commitment. I also want to thank Dr. Nelson, Senator Murray, Nicole Honore, who serves on the Bio District Board representing the medical school, for being such great partners of ours. We look forward to working closely with you and making sure that the Health Science Center and the partners that we have at Xavier, at Tulane, at the Cancer Research Center, our partners at LCMC and Ochsner can pull together to make sure that this district is more than the sum of its parts. And working together, we'll get there. So thank you so much for meeting here today. Thank you for your partnership on this, and we look forward to much success in the future with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Copeland. Before you step away, any supervisors have any questions or comments for Mr. Copeland?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, thank you, Mr. Copeland, and thank you for mentioning NCI designation. I really appreciate that. It dovetails with what we're trying to do here. I can think of nothing more important for LSU, for the state of Louisiana, than for LSU to achieve NCI designation. And so I really appreciate you supporting our efforts in that regard.
Thank you. And thanks for the board's leadership. Thank you for President Tate's leadership in making that such a priority for you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to call Ms. Sarita Stive to come and do a quick presentation on your nonprofit, please.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning and speak to you all. My name is Sarita Stab. I am the founder, president, and CEO of Operation Restoration, which is based here in New Orleans. My organization supports currently and formerly incarcerated women and girls and helps them to transition into society after incarceration. Standing before you as a graduate of the LSU Health Science Center, I graduated in 2014 with a degree in clinical laboratory science. But it came after me spending 10 years in prison. Once I got out of prison and tried to go back to school, I was unable to do so due to due to the question on college applications, have you been convicted of a felony? In 2017, I worked here in the state of Louisiana to change the law. Louisiana became the first state to remove the box off of college applications. And since then, we've been able to do it in 8 additional states. The work that I did on that allowed me to travel all across the country and the state. Once I graduated here from LSU Health and Science Center, I began working in Ochsner and the LCMC systems and became a supervisor at Turo Hospital. What I did notice was an extreme shortage in laboratory professions. So we created a lab assistant program at my organization where we train currently and formerly incarcerated women for careers in laboratory medicine. And what we realized is across healthcare in general, there are extreme shortages, and we are locking out a population of folks that can come in and actually contribute. I do a lot of work around changing the hearts and the minds and the thoughts of people of what you think or what you believe people in prison are and who they are. I currently work with a formerly incarcerated neuroendocrinologist. I work with a formerly incarcerated postdoc student at Harvard that's studying the decisions and the differences between addiction and incarceration. We have a National Science Foundation grant that we're in partnership with Vanderbilt and Yale University to begin to study the difficulties of offering STEM education inside of prison. And we also run a college and prison program in partnership with the School of Professional Advancement at the Louisiana Correctional Institute, where we are currently going through SACS accreditation, and the women's prison will now become an accredited 2-lane site. There are a lot of people who are being released who don't have access to opportunities to be able to begin to start their life over. We have 15 distinct programs. I started that organization in 2016. It was just me. I now employ about 25 women full-time, about 30 contractors. We serviced 1,187 women last year, and we provided over 7,000 services to those women. So I just wanted to come as an alum of LSU Health and Science Center, really talk about the lab assistant program and being able to move women into those professions. We've graduated 65 women in the program. We have 35 that are licensed by the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners as well as certified, but we still have only been able to employ 6 women in Ochsner facilities. So I'm really coming to y'all today to think about when you begin to discuss these healthcare shortages and equity, who are we really discussing and who we're leaving out of the conversation. I have some one-pagers here that I'll leave if anybody's interested in all of the other programs that we run, and I just really appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman, that you gave me today to come and speak to the board.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you very much for allowing Ms. Dobb to come speak. And Ms. Dobb, thank you very much for your work, your efforts. You mentioned ban the box. That's the language for removing the question on college admissions or job applications, whether you've been convicted of a felony or not. And I know that when people pay their debt to society and we ask them to come back into free society, the worst thing we can do is then prevent them from assimilating back into society by either costing them educational or workforce opportunities. So I think it's very important what you're doing, and it's a very important policy. I support ban the box completely, and I thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you. And I just want to give you a little statistic around that. On colleges, campuses presently, we know that sexual assault is a big topic that people are afraid of. 50% of crimes that occur on campus happen by non-students. And of the 50% that do happen on campus, 96% have never committed a crime before. Recidivism is something we talk about in this state as the state that has incarcerated the most people per capita than anywhere in the world. And when you think about that, you have over 1 million people living in this state that have a conviction. There's a statistic that says that if you allow a person to step foot on a college campus, the recidivism rate goes down to 26%. If they get an associate's degree, it goes to 12%, a bachelor's degree, 4%, a master's degree, 1%, a PhD, 0%. So if you allow people access to education, you are essentially ensuring that people are no longer committing crimes. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I have a question of the young
Mr.
lady.
Temple, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Young lady. What are the two most important things from your perspective, what are the two most important things that you need as it relates to resources?
So because I work specifically with women, the needs that women have are distinctly different. The incarceration rate of women has risen 800% over the last 40 years. And housing is one big issue that we focus on, and we suffer with a lack of housing, which we know that is, in general, people suffer from housing. And then there's another statistic that says 44% of Black women who are released from prison will be unemployed for 5 years. So that's not a might be, it's not a can. They will be unemployed for 5 years. And that is even higher than the 37% at the time of the Depression. So employment and housing are our two biggest factors that we really focus and hone in on as it relates to the female population.
Is there a counterpart providing this kind of opportunity for males that you're familiar with?
Yeah, there are a few organizations. I don't know of any that actually do it in the way that we do it. So we do a holistic wraparound support. We do direct services, education, housing, employment. We were the first SNAP ENT community partner here in the state. We work directly with the Department of Human Services as well as the Department of Corrections. So there's multiple organizations here in the city and the state that focus on whether it's advocacy, policy, housing, but I don't know of any who provides as much robust services. But it was due to my direct experience of when I was released from prison. There weren't any organizations that were focusing on women at all. And the Justice Reinvestment that the state went through, that the governor led, I sit on the Justice Reinvestment Oversight Council for the state. They had one slide in a 50-slide presentation that referenced women, and that is about how we were dealt with in the conversation. So there are services, not enough at all by any means, but there are organizations who focus on one or the other aspects of men.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Question, could I ask one question, Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Brown, yes.
I may have missed this, apologize if I did, but do you have in training opportunities for these incarcerated women while they're still in prison?
Yeah, so the lab assistant program that we offer it in the prison as well as in the community. We just recently graduated our first in-prison cohort of 10 women, and 3 have been released, and 1 is already licensed and ready to work. So we opened up with support from, we have a government grant, a federal government grant to do the programming inside a prison as well. So we just graduated our first cohort there. As I mentioned, we also have our college and prison program in partnership with Tulane University, where we have 40 women who are working toward a degree, a Bachelor of Social Sciences from Tulane University. We've had 6 women who have been released since that program started, and they are currently still taking classes on Tulane's campus right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Syed.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll ask Dr. Calvin Mackey to come in and speak about his program, STEM NOLA.
Chairman Woods, President Tate, and the board, thank you for this opportunity to address you about our organization called STEM NOLA. 12, 13 years ago, my son came home, and he's in the 3rd grade. He said, "Daddy, I don't like science anymore." I said, "Boy, you're crazy. It's in your DNA." I said, "Well, your mama was playing that crazy classical music. I used to whisper Newton's laws to her stomach, so literally, it's in your DNA." He said, "Daddy, no, I don't like the way the teacher is teaching science. the teachers talking to the board, and I said, we need to change that. We went into the garage and we started doing hands-on activities with our son. Before I know it, the entire community was in our garage doing science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And I realized, I began to see the confidence and the hope that was built up in these kids that was doing STEM in my garage. One day my son came home and I said, son, what's your grades? He said, I got all A's. I said, that's my boy. He said, but Daddy, my friends need this. And what my son was saying is that he was going to the #1 elementary school in the state of Louisiana. And if my son and his friends wasn't getting what they need at the #1 elementary school in the state of Louisiana, what does that say about the kids at all the rest of the schools? So my wife and I took $100,000 of our own dollars and took our mission out of our garage and created an organization called STEM NOLA. In the last 10 years, we've engaged over 130,000 K-12 students, primarily in Louisiana, across this country, giving them hands-on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. One of our strategic partnerships is with LSU Health Centers, where we have things like cardiology days and heart days. Recently, we had a heart day and circulatory day where we had over 200 pre-K to 12th grade kids in white lab coats dissecting sheep hearts, learning about the circulatory system in virtual reality, looking at 3D printing of hearts, and then each kid built their own mechanical heart. We had LSU Health Science Center medical students there. We had pre-med students from Xavier there. We have these big events where we engage upward of 200 kids, and we allow the colleges and the community to come in and be role models for these kids. Many kids don't get to grow up with a Dr. Mackey or a Dr. Tate in their house. So we have to import role models and real models and the assets like at LSU into communities so kids can see, touch, and feel. Over the last 3 years, we've sunsetted on a $3 million grant from the Department of Defense that allow us to replicate this model in Central Louisiana. We call it STEM Central Louisiana. We've been working with LSU-A. We've created STEM Grambling with Sodexo Magic and Magic Johnson. We've created STEM Shreveport and Bossier City with the Department of Defense, and we've replicated the model from here all the way to Pensacola, the Panama City Beach with the Department of Defense. We have STEM Mobile. That day when we did the event with the Louisiana Health Science Center, I'm honored to say that the University of Minnesota Medical School came down because they want to understand how are we taking kids out of the community in New Orleans and bringing them to places like LSU Health Science Centers such that they can experience the possibilities of hope. And now we have kids at LSU in pre-med and medical school that have gone through our program. And yesterday, I'm honored to say that I was at the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, one of 8 people in this country invited to speak to the K-12 Education Innovation Committee about the possibility of replicating this model across this country. We understand AAU and we understand sports. What we've done with STEM NOLA in the city of New Orleans is that, Supervisor Temple, we've created the AAU of STEM. We are curating kids in communities all across this state and letting them know about the assets, about the future possibilities like LSU. And to the governor, I know he's left, but I want to say thank you to the governor and the legislature. We're building a 30,000 square feet, $15 million STEM center in New Orleans East, unlike anything that this country has ever seen before. And by partnering with institutions like LSU, I believe we can get the country to come to New Orleans and Louisiana to understand how to engage their communities. To Chairman Jimmy, I'm forever grateful. To Supervisor Williams, I'm forever grateful. When we had nothing, it was people like you that supported us. And together, we can change a generation. Hope is that little voice in your head that whispers maybe when the whole world is screaming no. The world is screaming no to a lot of our children. So to the supervisors, thank you for your work, because your work will touch lives yet unborn. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mackey, can you talk very briefly now about your funding sources? And before you get into that, can you just speak a little bit about your own personal background?
My personal background, I was born in the city of New Orleans, grew up in a house with no books. Father dropped out of school in 8th grade to pick cotton. Mother went to a state-approved Negro high school. I left New Orleans. I thought I was going to be an NBA player, ripped my shoulder out. I started Morehouse College in remedial reading and developmental mathematics, and 11 years later, I had a BS in mathematics from Morehouse, a BS, MS, and PhD in mechanical engineering from Tulane. 4 STEM degrees in 11 years when they said this inner city ghetto kid from back of town, New Orleans, shouldn't even be in college. I left Georgia Tech with my PhD and came to Tulane, became the first and only African-American ever tenured in the history of the College of Engineering at Tulane. I was at Tulane for 12 years until Katrina hit, And then Tulane dismissed the engineering program, but God would have it that Governor Blanco would appoint me to the Louisiana Recovery Authority. And sometimes you got to thank God for what he didn't do, because that was a blessings in disguise. Working with Governor Blanco and Louisiana Recovery Authority helped me find my purpose, which is exposing our kids to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Our funding sources primarily is corporate donors. We go out and we align what we're doing with corporations. For example, we're Stemnola powered by Entergy, because we're building the workforce of the future for Entergy. I just had a conversation with the governor, and he said your name came up in Paris because he was over there with Boeing, and Boeing gave us $1 million because we have one of the largest rocket days in the country right here in New Orleans in partnership with Boeing. We have philanthropic dollars like $1.25 million from the Kellogg Foundation, $3 million from the Department of Defense. So we've built a sustainable model. In the last 9 years, we've generated over $20 million, have over 25 employees. We're looking to replicate this in Baton Rouge, Lake Charles. We're in talks with UL about creating STEM Lafayette. And the thing about it is that this is a way for institutions, corporations, companies to deploy their employees into the community and sponsor events where the kids can see role models in their community and then one day dream to be in those companies or institutions. What type of space? We need upward of 3,000 to 5,000 feet for staff, but more importantly, we need funding in Baton Rouge to get it off the ground. To be successful, this has to be intentional and consistent. It can't be a one-off. We've done events in Baton Rouge before. We just did an event at the Southern Dome for Southern Lab. We've done events with BRCC. The bottom line is that if it's intentional and consistent, it's like AAU. A kid will always know that there's a place to go where they can get science, technology, engineering, and math, and one day live their dreams. There's a young man at LSU named Aaron Marshall. Aaron is from Tangipahoa. Bahia. Aaron came to one of our events in Tangipahoa. Bahia. He was playing basketball, put him on the side, I said, what you doing in STEM? He said, I'm dreaming about being a basketball player. I told him my story about separating my shoulder. The story is now, Aaron has told his story. He's now an Ogden Scholar at LSU. He spent the last 2 summers at the University of Michigan where he was living, but he was interning with Toyota. And now he has scholarships to go to grad school all across this country. And my point to Aaron is that you may not ever play basketball for LSU, but imagine that, son, you may one day be a professor or the president.
3,000 square foot building to start with.
Yes.
What amount of money?
I'm sorry?
What amount of startup money?
$450,000. $450,000. I'll send you the proposal. I built a whole model for Baton Rouge. I'll get that to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mackey. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Marilyn, has anybody registered for public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, at this time, I will entertain a motion to recess the board meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Morrow, second by Mr. Williams. Any objection? Without objection, the board is in recess. Supervisor Warner, will you please convene the Research and Agricultural Extension Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Maryland, would you please call the roll?
Well, excuse me, Supervisor Warner,
Sure,
my
no problem.
apology. I think Mr. Williams has a court date, so if it's okay with the board, I'd like to move the Athletics Committee report first. So I guess we can go out of order. Is that okay? Anybody, any objection to that, Ms. Warner? Will you?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Williams, we'll recognize you now. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you accommodating me. I do have a court appearance that I'm getting blown up over. I do want to just make a report. I don't think we need to convene the committee meeting. I just do have some reports from athletics that I want to make. The first one, and Supervisor Brown, you'll enjoy hearing this, is from the LSU Shreveport Athletic Department. Over the past 2 semesters, they've put together some statistics for us that I think we can be proud of. The student athletes have 7 consecutive semesters with over a 3.0 GPA. 90% of student athletes who completed their eligibility they graduated 90% of the students who completed their eligibility, which I think is remarkable. There's over 1,000 hours of community service performed by student athletes in Shreveport. They've won 6 championships. They've had 7 national tournament appearances, and this is all in the last 2 semesters. Baseball finished ranked number 2 in a national poll, and LSU Shreveport men's basketball were ranked number 7 in a national poll. 4 of the coaches were named Conference Coach of the Year, and 1 Conference Athletic Director of the Year. We had 7 All-Americans, including 2 first-team All-Americans, 4 Conference Players of the Year, 2 Conference Newcomers of the Year, and 3 Conference Defensive Players of the Year. So let's give a round of applause for LSU Shreveport Athletics. LSU Alexandria Athletics has also had quite a go of it so far. They had the 2023 National Coach of the Year, tennis coach Melinda Descant. Did I say that correctly? Okay. They were also the 2022-2023 academic year cumulative GPA for student athletes was also 3.0. They won the NAIA Champions of Character Award. The Red River Athletic Conference, the baseball team was the Red River Athletic Conference baseball champion. The women's soccer team also won their championship. And finally, there's a new indoor athletic training facility being completed. So let's give a round of applause for what's happening in athletics at LSU Alexandria. LSU Eunice, Mary. The men's soccer team finished 4th in the nation with 13-4-1 record, which I think is quite a feat. And they qualified for the National Junior College Athletic Association National Tournament, which was the 3rd time in the program's 6 years that they've qualified for that tournament. Sadiq Lazar and Jose Bustamante were named All-Americans for the men's soccer team. The women's soccer team finished in the semifinal round of the district tournament, even though they only had first-year coach, which was Courtney Murdoch. The baseball team, Jeff Willis is set to be inducted into the American Baseball Coaches Association Hall of Fame, joining such LSU coaches as Paul Maneri and Skip Bertman. He's the only junior college coach from Louisiana to ever be inducted, and just the 8th from Louisiana overall to ever be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Coach Willis is also 6 wins shy of 1,000 wins and will become one of the fastest and youngest coaches to reach 1,000 wins. And of course, we all have that lovely LSU Eunice baseball championship ring, so that's my favorite ring. So if he wants to win some more, we'll be on the lookout for him. And then finally, the A&M campus. For 2023, we've calculated our graduation success rate, which is 91%. 12 of our teams achieved a 100% graduate success rate, which ranks 2nd in the SEC. We will honor 33 student athletes for the fall commencement graduation ceremony. On the NIL front, there's a Sweats to Suits NIL effort, which is a joint NIL LSU and Tiger Life educational event for student athletes. The event showcased current student athletes who participated in a fashion show. I'm sure Lori could tell us more about that, and videos showing their peers how to dress appropriately. In terms of current athletics performance, football has wrapped up its regular season with a 9-3 record and an invitation to the ReliaQuest Bowl on January 1st in Tampa, Florida. As you all know, Jaden Daniels will be in New York City this weekend as he hopes to join Jer Burrow and Billy Cannon in becoming LSU Heisman Trophy winners. LSU Athletics recently announced that it will celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Tiger Stadium during the 2024 football season, so that will be very exciting. The women's basketball team is currently ranked number 7 in the latest AP poll and coming off a big win against Georgia Tech last week. That was the 700th career win for Kim Mulkey. Last month, our LSU...
Fastest ever men's or women's basketball.
All right, that's on my notes, but I was going to skip it for time, but Mary wants me to say this. It is the fastest coach to reach 700 wins, men or women basketball. Mary wants me to say ever. Simone Augustus was elected into the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame, and she'll be inducted into that prestigious honor on April 27th. Our women's head golf coach were recently named Team USA coaches for the USA Arnold Palmer Cup. That's very exciting. And it will mark the first time in the event's history that two coaches from the same school will coach together in the same year. Volleyball freshman Journey Robinson was named American Volleyball Coaches Association Freshman of the Year and a member of the all-freshman team. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to do the update.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams, for that report. Ms. Warner, will you please now convene your committee?
Thank you. Ms. Marilyn, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Warner,
Here.
Mr. Blossman, Mr. Armenter, Mr. Brown, Mr. Luke,
Here.
Mr. Morris, Mr. Starnes,
Here.
Mr. Temple. Madam Chair, is a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize Dr. Steve Nelson, Interim Chancellor of our LSU Health Sciences Center, New Orleans, to introduce Dr. Jeffrey Carter, Medical Director of the University Medical Center, Burn Center, here in New Orleans, for a very important presentation.
Thank you very much. Let me also say, as you heard from Dr. Mackey, LSU Health has played a major role in STEM New Orleans for many, many years. We just had a major event at the Superdome not too long ago. We're a valued partner there, and many of our students, interns, and residents volunteer there. And it's really a great event and a great organization. I'm actually surprised that Dr. Carter made it here today because he was up most of the night taking care of a patient who was admitted to University Medical Center last night with 95% burns, which is almost always a lethal infection in terms of an accident, and he'll maybe say a few words about that. But Dr. Jeffrey Carter is professor of surgery at LSU Health New Orleans. He trained in general surgery at Wake Forest University, where he co-founded the Center for Applied Learning, followed by fellowships in trauma, surgical critical care, and burn care at UNC Chapel Hill. He specialized in experiential learning and healthcare design with a third fellowship before returning to Wake Forest as the director of surgical education. In 2018, I actually was involved in recruiting Dr. Carter here to LSU. He joined the faculty to start the Louisiana's only accredited burn and trauma center, where he has grown that burn research program to over $100 million, using skin stem cells, artificial intelligence technologies, and advanced burn care techniques. He leads a $10 million project to advance military and civilian knowledge and skills to provide burn care in the field before patients can reach a hospital, and he's shared his expertise by treating patients with burns and war injuries in the Ukraine last year. I actually didn't realize till I had more conversations with Dr. Carter that one of the more common injuries in modern warfare is, in fact, a burn injury. He has been named the Chief Medical Consultant directing research in the United States of a $150 million national project from BARDA. He serves on multiple state and national boards that oversee burn care and is an officer of the American Burn Association. His clinical and research interests focus on education and the development of innovative technologies that offer high-value care and improve access for vulnerable populations. Dr. Carter.
Thank you for the opportunity to get to present today. It certainly is a privilege. I have a scary title as a burn surgeon, but I'm not a scary person. Let me see if I can get my slides to advance here. I don't think that they're moving forward. Maybe I'm out of range. See, Tom? Thank you. Might be out of range, sir. In brief, moving here was an opportunity to really continue what was started by my family. My great-grandfather had actually passed away in medical school and residency training here. And then I'd actually planned to come to LSU from our college when I got called back home after an accident to help my dad start his company. So I never got to go to LSU. So this was me getting to come back and to start something that was important to me. And this is important to you too. Thank you very much, Tom. If we need to advance, I can do it. Okay, thank you. This is important to you too because the leading cause of death from age 1 to 44 is not actually cancer and heart disease, it's trauma. It's what takes our children from us. It's what causes debilitating injuries to our families. And all of us are impacted by trauma, but maybe you're not a trauma patient today or this year, but at some point in your life you will be. This is also important because Louisiana, from a performance standpoint, has actually one of the worst outcomes in the United States for both adults and children. In this slide above, you can see the United States, everything that's a colored box. One slide forward, please, Tom. Everything that's a colored box is a form of trauma. The ages are broken up on the x-axis, and the top 5 ranking is broken in the y-axis. Tom, do you mind going one slide forward? I'd like to show you, this is Louisiana. Look how homicide and other types of injuries move up in the age brackets. This is something that we have to address. It's important not only for the survival of our patients, it's important for the success of our patients in our community. Burn care happens to be a unique area and a unique form of trauma. It's one of the most severe and public forms of it. Can you please move forward, Tom? Next slide. And you can go ahead and open this whole slide up. If there are delays, it results in death. It is one of the leaders of disability because we have a high survival rate, but even a small injury can lead to severe disability where you cannot perform your career, your job, your functions in life. The scars are not only on the outside that we see, they are also on the inside. We have an industry that has a fair amount of gas, chemical, and we are prone to storms where we have high voltage electrical injuries falling down power lines. Few people know that after Hurricane Ida, we had 42 patients in the next 2 weeks who burns over 10% of their body, some of them as high as 80 to 90%. That is the most patients any burn center has received since the nightclub fires in the Northeast. And we had the highest survival rate in the United States. We had entire families that were injured when generators would blow up using gasoline. We had people who were reconnecting power lines who were injured. Unfortunately, there are only 78 verified burn centers of the 6,000 hospitals in the United States. There's only 250 burn surgeons of the 90,000 in the United States with only 4,000 nurses. Healthcare education is important to this because we need to provide the best that we can to our community. We start by moving forward with diagnostics. If you want to have specialized care, make sure that the right people get the right care. This has been an area of research for us because 30% of people are misdiagnosed and either have surgery that did not need surgery or are delayed. Those delays result in time away from work and worse scarring and worse outcomes. We have worked with an artificial intelligence company and the funding from the Biomedical Advanced Research Development Authority, which is part of the federal government, and now over 20 different programs that you can see listed up there to develop this technology through large multi-center trials. And as Dr. Nelson noted, we've received now or leading a $150 million award. Many of those dollars we plan to bring to Louisiana to further develop this technology. This will help us reduce unnecessary surgeries, offer surgery more timely care to those who need it, and take some of that expertise that you see at those small level facilities and bring it out to our more rural communities. Next slide. If you're going to have better diagnostics, you need to have better therapeutics, and this is one of the best parts about coming to Louisiana. I had been blessed to get to work with some of the leaders, and I now have some scary pictures, let me just warn you. Some of the leaders in innovation when it came to therapeutics and treatment. Now what we're able to do, instead of operating as surgeons with like plywood as a carpenter, we're operating with cells. We're operating with the patient's own cells, their stem cells. And so we led some of the development of this technology, and we basically did everything we do in America. We supersized it. We made it bigger. And so we brought it, and here's an example of a young girl who was assaulted, had a severe burn. You can see the picture on the left, the time of her injury. Please move forward to the slides. You can see her time as she's healing, and what's incredible about this is that when we use your own cells to heal, we unlock their ability to do things that we never knew. One more, keep moving forward, Tom, one more. That picture up there, we're both holding up our finger number 1, because that's us at 1 year standing together. So we have one of the few verified centers here in the United States. Like you heard me say earlier, 78, there's only one that's got both the verified trauma and burn center, which means that we take care of some of the worst injuries, like Dr. Nelson mentioned last night, where a house explosion resulted in a disastrous injury. Now, if you diagnose it and you treat it, you got to train the people to do it better. And that's where education comes into place. And actually, Dr. Nelson was one of the ones who inspired us to pursue getting a DOD award for almost $10 million over the next 6 years. Learning, at the heart of it, is about taking a behavior, a belief that you have, and then giving it to someone else so that they have it. This lecture has about a 20% retention rate at 24 hours. When I was rounding this morning, it had a 10% retention rate. Those retention rates are low, and therefore their ability to take that knowledge and make it a value, make it a behavior is low. We have to find ways to have higher retention. That comes through discussion, which is why the residents ask me questions and why I ask them questions back, and we learn from each other. To do that on a broad scale is very challenging. And going to Ukraine last year, that's across from the trauma center where we were operating. We heard a loud explosion. The windows are all open there. That was across the street from us. That was where education hadn't happened in 20 years. They were amazed at the things we were doing. So what we're working now with the Department of Defense is for both a military and civilian platform to have asynchronous learning, meaning learning out of the classroom through tablets and through technical trainers. We're using artificial intelligence to give that learner information, feedback that is tailored to them and to their level of experience and knowledge. That's a very unique way to do it. It allows them permissive failure. Do permissive failure in an artificial environment. Don't do permissive failure in real patient care. We hope to use this technology to improve the effectiveness and the efficiency of different decision and learning modalities, methodologies. Next slide, please. Now, if you're going to have better diagnostics, better therapeutics, better education, now you better be able to give it to everybody. And this is where access comes in. I was very fortunate. Louisiana doesn't get the credit it deserves about some of the care that we provide to those who are injured, but also those of time-sensitive illness. We think about things like heart attack and diabetes, not that we put them in the same box when they're actually very different. Trauma, heart attack, stroke, burns, those are time-sensitive things. You don't have time to make an appointment at Mayo Clinic or MD Anderson. Those are things you got to get taken care of right now or you don't live. And so the access to that care is really important. Fortunately, we have an agency within Louisiana called Learn. We had some of the great Louisiana faculty that connected me with them, and we were able to work with the other Louisiana burn medical directors to change the standards of care in our own state. All we did was take national evidence and apply it to our own state. We didn't spend any more money, and by doing that, we reduced hospitalizations across our state for over 1,300 patients. So it was over $2 million in savings without spending any more money. Everybody likes savings without spending more money, but still offering higher quality care. But it didn't stop there. By getting people better care early and to the right place, the right time, we were able to actually change mortality. Next slide, please. There you see in our region, this is region 1, meaning the New Orleans area, that was a mortality rate almost 8%. That's more than double the national average. Do you want to come open up a car plant here if the mortality rate's double the national average? Do you want to come open a factory here? Do you want to move your family here? My wife moved here a month and a half before I did. I stayed in North Carolina to work while my partner was traveling. She moved down here. She's from Pennsylvania. She doesn't know that children can't walk on the hot concrete down here during the summer. My child was 1 year old. 1 year old when he walked on the hot concrete. She was unloading the groceries, suffered burns to his feet. She calls me and asks me, where can he get care? My answer was nowhere. That's proudly changed here in Louisiana. That's also changed, and you can see what had happened to the people in this community. The mortality rate went down, and that is a great benefit. But that care needs to be extended to everyone who needs it. So to understand that better, we use things like the Social Vulnerability Index from the CDC and a lot of really bright biostatisticians that work at this health science campus. We work with the American College of Surgeons, American Burn Association, American Hospital Association, the CDC, HRQ, and numerous claims databases to build better databases now. And the federal government likes this idea. They like being able to know where to send people when there's a disaster. The last conflict we had in the Pacific Theater was 30% burn injuries. What do you think is about to happen for the one we're going to have in the next 10 years? There's not enough beds in the United States to be able to take care of that. So now we're working with institutes like Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Center, the American College of Emergency Physicians, and many, many others, including the American Burn Association, to create a ability to be able to send people for the right care at the right time, not just in New Orleans or Louisiana, but across this country. So it's my privilege to get to present this to you today. I have great appreciation to President Tate and Dr. Nelson, and appreciate the opportunity to present Chairman Woods. So thank you very much.
Dr. Carter, when I was a very new board member, we hosted a group of physicians in Baton Rouge with Senator Cassidy at the time, and I got to meet you that day, and along with many, many other of our researchers and healthcare professionals, and our focus was beginning our NCI designation, but you came, and I have never forgotten what I learned from you that day. I was stunned. And so proud of the work being done in Louisiana. I want to thank you for taking the time. I know you are very, very busy. You have patients in critical care right now as we speak that you are taking care of, but for you to take the time to come and present this to us is very, very meaningful, and my colleagues and I want to thank you for that. And I want to ask any of them if you have any questions for Dr. Carter before we let him get back to his patients. So thank you again. This work is remarkable, and we really appreciate the update to see where Louisiana is again through your leadership, and Dr. Nelson, we're leading the nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If there's no other comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the committee. Moved and seconded, moved by Mr. Starnes and seconded by Supervisor Blossman. With no objection, the committee is adjourned. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Warner. At this time, I'd like to call Supervisor Brown to convene the academic committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Marilyn, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Armenter? Here. Mr. Blossman? Here. Mr. Luke? Here. Mr. Mallett? Mr. Morrow? Here. Mr. Starnes?
Here.
Mr. Temple? Mr. Williams? Mr. Chairman, there's a quorum.
We have a quorum. Thank you, Ms. Marilyn. Now, I'd like to ask our Provost, Haggerty, to present the items, and I'll just comment that we have some very exciting and important academic programs to present to our committee today.
Thank you, Supervisor. There are 4 items on the agenda plus 3 on the consent agenda. The first item on the agenda is a request from LSU A&M to establish a Bachelor of Music Therapy. The program will prepare students to provide services for adults and children with psychiatric disorders, cognitive and developmental disabilities, speech and hearing impairments, physical disabilities, and neurological impairments in various settings, such as general and psychiatric hospitals, rehabilitation centers, daycare centers, nursing homes, and so forth. If approved, the LSU Bachelor of Music Therapy program will be the only music therapy program at a public university in Louisiana. The degree consists of 8 semesters of coursework and a 6 to 9 month internship. Our Lady of the Lake, Baton Rouge General, LSU's Early Childhood Center, and several local schools have already expressed interest in providing field experiences for our students. The Ava and Cordell Heyman Music Therapy Endowment will support recruitment and other costs for the first year. As students continue to matriculate through the full program in year 2, it's anticipated that an additional full-time faculty member will be needed. The program should be sustainable by year 2 through additional tuition revenue and potential matches from state funding. Thank you for your consideration of this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Okay. I've got a motion. Do you get that, Ms. Marilyn? Okay, thank you. All in favor? Okay. Motion is approved. Would you please proceed with the next item?
The next item on the agenda is a request from LSU Shreveport to establish a Master of Science degree in Clinical Rehabilitation Counseling. This 60-credit-hour program will address the critical need for rehabilitation counselors both nationally and in Louisiana. The program is designed to prepare culturally competent counselors who specialize in working with individuals with physical, developmental, cognitive, psychological, and neurological disabilities. The proposed MS in Clinical Rehabilitation Counseling program will focus services to local, regional, and state areas. Since no rehabilitation counseling degree programs exist in North Louisiana, this degree will fill a very important gap for rehabilitation counseling specific education. The program will be housed in the Department of Psychology with existing faculty. An additional faculty member will eventually be needed. Revenue outpaces expected costs with the program for the next 4 years. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? If not, I will entertain a motion to accept it. So Mr. Armitage. Supervisor Luke. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That motion is passed. Please proceed.
The next item on the agenda is a graduate certificate in the aforementioned Clinical Rehabilitation Counseling program. The certificate is intended for individuals looking to add to their credentials by pursuing national certification and state licensure as rehabilitation counselors. Currently, there are no universities in Louisiana that offer a certificate program in this area, and therefore the certificate would significantly contribute to closing the gap between supply and demand and meeting the needs of the community. Thank you.
Okay. Again, any comments or questions? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve. Sir, Mr. Armitage, Mr. Morrow, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Motion's passed.
The last item on the full agenda is a request from LSU Shreveport to establish a Master of Science degree in Applied Behavior Analysis. This program will prepare students to practice as board-certified behavior analysts and as a licensed behavior analyst in Louisiana. The demand for these individuals is growing exponentially, and individuals must possess a master's degree to become BCBA and LBA certified. Data collected by the Behavior Analysis Certification Board found that Louisiana ranked 28th among states in the number of certified behavior analysts, with only 363 certified at the graduate level in the entire state. If approved, this will be the only Master of Science in Applied Behavior Analysis available in the state, and that positions LSU Shreveport to significantly contribute to meeting the needs of our state in this area. Revenue is projected to exceed costs for the next 5 years. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any comments? I entertain a motion to accept. Mr. Arbiter? Mr. Morrow? So, all in favor? Aye. That motion is passed, and thank you, Chancellor Smith, for bringing these new programs forward to LSUS. Yes, sir, Mr. Haggard. If you'll proceed on, please, sir.
Yes, sir. On the consent agenda, there are 3 items. The first is a request from LSU A&M for initial designation as a Center of Research Excellence for the Center for Geoinformatics, and I'll call it C4G going forward. The Board of Regents recommended that C4G apply for status as a statewide Center of Excellence. The funding for C4G is 100% self-generated. The center has been awarded about $6.5 million, actually in excess of that, in grants, contracts, and subscription fees over the last 10 years, with an average annual revenue of $1.6 million per year. Boyd Professor George Voyages has served as director since 2012. The second item is a request from LSU A&M for continued authorization of the Center for Computation and Technology, which we refer to as CCT, for 5 years. CCT currently has 41 tenure-track faculty with joint appointments from 15 different departments across campus. CCT is unique among centers because it is fundamentally interdisciplinary in its nature and its mission, and is the only center that has joint faculty appointments across LSU. It's also the organization that runs our supercomputer, SuperMike. It has a core budget of approximately $6.7 million for 2023-24. The last item on the agenda is a request from LSU Health Sciences Center New Orleans to establish the Austin and Colin Kahn Endowed Professorship in Psychiatry, which has been made possible by the generous donation of $80,000 from Dr. Ann Kahn in honor of her sons who passed away from bipolar disorder, which I mentioned with her permission. Matching funds from the Board of Regents will be sought. Thank you for your consideration of these items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Provost Haggerty. Any questions on the consent agreement? Agreements? If not, we'll entertain a motion to accept. Supervisor Arbiter, second by Supervisor Morrow. Any objections? All in favor? Aye. That passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Provost Haggerty, for these important items before our committee. With that, I think that's completes the business. We would accept a motion to adjourn the committee. So Supervisor Arbiter, Supervisor Morrow, second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Warner pulling double duty today. Please convene the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Marilyn, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Zuschlag, Ms. Warner,
Here.
Ms. Aronson,
Here.
Mr. Morris,
Here.
Mr. Morrow,
Here.
Mr. Temple, Mr. Williams. Madam Chair, there's a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Executive Vice President Kim Lewis to please present the item for our consideration today.
Thank you, Ms. Warner. The first item on the Finance Committee agenda is a request to amend 2 agreements for the LSU Health Shreveport System of North Louisiana and the LSU Health Science Center Shreveport. There were 2 agreements entered into for the Health Science Center for their benefit. The first is a gift agreement with payments over 5 years. The gift agreement was to support the design and construction of the Center for Medical Education. That building, Dr. Guzik, will be officially opened on Monday with a ribbon cutting. The second gift was a mission support agreement. This gift was also over 5 years and supports the academic and research mission of the Health Science Center Shreveport. The first 3 payments under both gift agreements have been made for a total of $16 million out of the $30 million that was originally given by the partnership. This amendment would amend the last 2 payments that would be made in December of 2023 and December of 2024. Instead of it being those payments made in those 2 years of $7 million per year, what would change is that it would be payments from December 2023 through December 2029, and they would be $2 million per year instead of 7 for 2 years. So we're extending that agreement from 5 years to a 10-year agreement.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I will entertain a motion to approve. I'm sorry, Mr. Morris. Moves, is there a second? Mr. Morrow. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. The next item is for information only. It's not an action item. Ms. Lewis, please go ahead.
Correct. This is the triennial campus fee review for the board. And I don't have the clip. Thank you. We are doing a review of all of our fees every 3 years. This is in response to an audit conducted by the Louisiana Legislative Auditor in March of 2021. The audit was performed to gather information on each higher education institution fees and the impact of fee increases on the affordability of attending a public college or university in Louisiana. What the auditor found was that the decreased state support per student by the state had in fact caused for the cost of earning a college education, specifically to get a degree or a credential in Louisiana, had increased significantly, but also there was no process in place for the state's higher education management boards to review specific fees on a regular basis and determine whether they were still warranted. We responded to the audit based on 2 recommendations from the auditor. One was that there should be a periodic review of all fees, and also that all institutions should put their fees on their website with a description of each fee. We have implemented the second piece, which is all LSU system campus have published an itemized list of their fees on their websites. And we are now implementing the first of our triennial fee reviews at this December 2023 meeting. We surveyed all of the campuses because we knew that one of the things that we've heard from the board was some concern about the GRAD Act increases in fees and the impact those were having across the campuses. The GRAD Act, for your information, was passed by the legislature to allow for fee increases by the board from July 1, 2010 through July of 2020. There are 3 primary types of student fees. Those are board-assessed fees that are authorized in state law and mandatory. There are university or institution-assessed fees proposed by the highest-ranking official at each institution, and then there are student-assessed fees proposed by the Student Government Association and may be subject to a vote of the student body. Some of our fees are very broad in scope and needed indefinitely. These are generally enacted by the legislature. Examples include the Academic Excellence Fee, which allows for hiring of additional faculty as well as support for academics such as library periodicals. We have a student excellence fee, which enhances the student experience both inside and outside the classroom. Technology fees authorize the acquisition, installation, maintenance, and use of technology. I think we've talked a lot about technology over the course of today. We have operational fees. Those were passed by the legislature in the early 2000s to offset certain unfunded state mandates, including increased cost of health insurance and retirement payments. And then we have building use fees. As campuses construct new buildings, the cost of that fee offsets the construction, acquisition, repair, maintenance, and operation of buildings. There are other fees addressed that we may decide as a board, you may decide as a board that they're no longer needed. Examples would be if there was a fee enacted for a specific building project, it doesn't include the operation of the building, but just the initial building, that fee could be eliminated. Most of our fees that were set up for buildings include the ongoing maintenance and operation of that particular building. So at this time, we don't have a fee to roll off that was designated for only a renovation project. We would also have fees that would go away if they were for debt service once the debt is paid off. Lastly, we have some fees that no longer fall under the description of what it was originally named. One example is the Women's Mass Transit fee at the A&M campus. That service was started in the last century for door-to-door service for female students. That service has now expanded to basically provide on-demand transit service after dark for any student on campus. So still calling it the Women's Mass Transit fee is probably not an accurate description. And we would be coming back to you in 2024 with recommendations for a new name for that fee. Just to summarize, all of our campuses reviewed their classifications, their fees, the amounts of those fees, and found that they were all warranted and used as intended. To the extent we have any other name changes that need to come back to the board, they will come back to the board for action in 2024. Any questions?
Thank you so much. With no other questions or discussion, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the committee. Mr. Morris, is there a second? Mr. Morrow, thank you so much. Any opposition? The committee's adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Warner. At this time, I'll ask Supervisor Aronson to convene the Property and Facilities Committee.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Marilyn, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Aronson?
Here.
Mr. Brown? Here. Mr. Damp? Here. Mr. Luke? Here. Mr. Temple? Ms. Werner? Here. Mr. Williams? Mr. Zuschlag? Madam Chair, there's a quorum.
We do. Okay. Fantastic. Ms. Lewis, would you please present the items to us?
Yes, Ms. Aronson. The first item is a request from LSU Health Science New Orleans to amend some prior approvals that this board provided to purchase land around the Health Science Center New Orleans. Those previous purchases included board approval in 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2023 to purchase squares of property within the 1st District of New Orleans that are basically bounded by Tulane Avenue, Claiborne Avenue, Poydras, and Galvez Streets. The idea and purpose of the purchases is to improve campus security and to have the land necessary to construct future academic buildings. The request is to amend those previous authorizations so that they are no longer designated for a particular president by name to purchase, but changed so that it is the president of LSU to purchase. It also includes a request to acquire an additional square in the event those properties in that square become available. And those are, squares 439 and 517, including the streets. Dr. Nelson is here if anyone has questions about particular buildings that would be purchased under this approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve the item? Luke? Mr. Damp, thank you. All in favor? Any objection? The motion is approved. Ms. Lewis, would you please present the next item?
The second item is a request from the LSU A&M campus to consent to a sublease of the Phi Kappa Psi House. This would be a sublease of this fraternity house to the Phi Mu sorority for a period of 1 year while Phi Mu conducts renovations of their existing house.
Pretty straightforward. Are there any questions? If there aren't any, could I please have a motion for this item? Mr. Damp, thank you. Mr. Brown, thank you very much. All in favor? Any objection? The motion is approved. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Please present the next item.
The last item is a request from LSU Shreveport to approve a lease agreement with the Caddo Parish School Board for the construction and use of about 7.8 acres of property, which includes a baseball field on the LSU Shreveport campus. This request would be for a 35-year lease. The annual rental payment is $5,000, but in addition to that annual rental payment, the agreement includes a commitment by the LSU School Board to construct a paved road from Kings Highway to the property, construction of some parking areas for the property, and continued maintenance of the leased premises. There is currently a lease that expires at the end of this year for the property, and this is an extension of that lease for 35 years and includes the option to renew for an additional 35 years. I will not be here to present the renewal.
Are there any questions for
Well,
Ms.
just
Lewis?
comment, Mr. Chairman, I have reviewed the physical situation. Bird has been on the campus for some time, and this would be, I think this would stabilize the situation, and I reviewed the lease documents. I'm satisfied with that this is positive to move forward on it.
Thank you for that comment. Are there any further questions? Is there a motion to approve the item?
So moved.
Mr. Brown? Mr. Damp, thank you. All in favor? Any objection? The motion is approved. Is there a motion to adjourn the committee? Mr. Brown, Ms. Werner, thank you. All in favor? Any objection? The committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Aronson. At this time, I'll ask Supervisor Armature to convene the Title IX Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Marilyn, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Armature?
Here.
Mr. Starnes?
Here.
Ms. Aronson?
Here.
Mr. Blossman?
Here.
Mr. Brown? Mr. Damp?
Here.
Ms. Jones? Mr. Luke?
Here.
Mr. Mallett? Mr. Morris?
Here.
Mr. Morrow?
Here.
Mr. Temple? Ms. Werner? Here. Mr. Williams? Mr. Zuschlag? Mr. Chairman, there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Marilyn. Today, we will receive the biannual report pertaining to power-based violence on the campuses for the period April 1, 2023 to September 30, 2023. The reports were previously provided electronically. Additionally, I would like to invite Mr. Todd Manuel, our Vice President of Inclusion, Civil Rights, and Title IX, to the podium for a brief update and presentation. Mr. Manuel.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor. Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, President Tate, this morning we are submitting for your consideration and acceptance our biannual power-based violence report for the time period April 1 through September 30th, 2023. The information data related to our report is included in your electronic packet. You have been briefed on those matters. There are two things that are included in that electronic packet. One is our report out as relates to our annual power-based violence training, which includes data as it relates to all of our campuses, including where we are as a system. And the second matter that's included in that electronic packet is the data that pertains to our incidents of power-based violence, as well as conclusions related to all investigations. All that information has been submitted and you've been briefed on it, and we're submitting it for your consideration and acceptance.
Any questions? Is there a motion to receive the report? Mr. Brown, and the second by Mr. Dam.
Just pardon me, Mr. Chairman, could I ask one question? How many cases in the of Title IX and violence have we had in those 6 months?
Over the time period, April 1 through September 30th, 2023, across the entire system, there have been 155 reports of power-based violence. There have been 7 formal complaints of power-based violence. There is a distinction between what is considered to be a report as well as what is considered to be an actual complaint. A report is simply anyone on campus who is considered an employee. They're considered to be a responsible party. They have an obligation by law to report anything that they see or believe may be an incident of power-based violence. And so we receive 155 such reports across the system. Once the Title IX office receives those reports, we have an obligation to meet with potential parties, at which time those parties, particularly the complainant, has the right to proceed with filing a formal complaint. We received 7 formal complaints. When we receive those complaints proceed to a formal investigation, and they are disposed of in a number of ways. One way could be an actual informal resolution between the parties. Another could result in a formal hearing with actual findings.
Okay, when you say system, that's everybody
That
in
is
the
every
LSU umbrella?
campus.
And just, we have 45, 50,000 people, students?
Approximately.
So I know this is very important, and I like to point it out each year or each time you have the report, that everyone remembers. I know Mary does, when they would call before the legislature on this, that LSU was the big bad monster across the country in power-based violence. And the statistics show, or they say, over all colleges, however many percentage, 4,000 and 5,000 cases, and we believed, at least I did, that it didn't seem to be as big as what was portrayed. And I don't know what it was last year. I think it might have only been 4 cases. Now this time frame, it's only 7. So I'm glad we're doing this, and it's very important that we have a safe campus and our students act accordingly. But I just would like us to let the committee over at the legislature know that we're doing this and we're following all the rules, and we like that we're doing it, but 7 complaints or reports. And of those, has anything gone further than that?
Yes, so in terms of the actual disposition of those formal complaints, the 7 that we're talking about, for example, of those 7, 3 of them have gone through informal resolution where the parties themselves come to a resolution that works for them. I would tell you that in order for an informal resolution to occur, that also has to be approved by our Title IX coordinators, so we're actually putting eyes on the agreement that the parties reached between themselves. There have been an additional 3 that are going through the actual process of making their way to an actual hearing, and then there's 1 more that was referred to an outside agency outside of LSU because LSU did not have jurisdiction of that matter.
Okay, so 3, and then 1. How many people do we have employed over there in your?
Right now in the office, approximately a team of about 10.
10.
That includes 4 investigators, 2 case managers, and other staff members.
Okay, of the 155, they just file a report, and these 10 people that we have follow up with them?
Yeah, so the process is once a report is made to the Title IX office, our case manager has outreach to the parties. The individual against whom an act is alleged to have been committed has an opportunity to come in and meet with case managers. They're provided a series of wraparound support services, mental health, physical health, any resources that they may need regarding to adjustments as it relates to class schedules, adjustments as it relates to potential work schedules, if there are intervening work issues. So we provide those services as part of the initial intake and counseling. Sometimes those services continue on for days. Sometimes they continue on for weeks, months, and semesters, right? But our team is there to continue to support folks. As part of the process, they then have the right to proceed with a formal investigation, and that's where we have these 7 that I mentioned to you that actually turn into a formal investigation, which means that investigators actually meet with witnesses, take facts in, and those matters may proceed to an actual hearing with an outcome determined.
Okay, I'm just pointing this out that since we've upgraded and spent all this money and hired these people, we still, 7 this time frame. I think it was 4 or 5 last time. I'm just trying to point out that we weren't as bad as we were portrayed to be, and our program that was looking at this and having this at our campus and across LSU was not as bad as the whole nation seems to think. And it just shows that it's a bad problem. One's too many. I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea that I'm not compassionate about any victim, But we kind of got to. I don't pat ourselves on the back, but this is just the math and the statistics don't lie. So we just wasn't as bad as everybody thought 3 or 4 years ago. So thanks for the time.
That was a good comment. I'm sorry, Chairman Woods. If just a brief comment. So perhaps it's a PR or communications issue where if it was reported as such a couple of years ago, those people came in 2 years ago, and now that it's a much better statistic that these better findings should be reported, just as the other ones were to show improvement.
Exactly, but I don't think we were as bad as we were portrayed. I mean, Tom Galligan sat in a hearing for 8 hours, not allowed to go to the bathroom, and Miss Werner was there, and then we were berated about how awful LSU was. And it just doesn't seem like it was fair then, or now it proves that it wasn't. So anyway, thank you.
Mr. Blossman, I want to point out that there was a 1-hour briefing on these reports recently by Mr. Emanuel, and there was a tremendous amount of information, and I agree with you that LSU was never as bad as it was portrayed.
Thank you.
Mr. Armentor, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Blossman, thank you for pointing that out and recounting those days in front of the Senate Select Committee on Women. I think LSU's been invited back one more time since all of that to talk about the progress we've made, which, Mr. Emanuel, thank you so much for all the work you've done. As this report states, this is the Board of Regents biannual report, and just to go back to something you said earlier, as the most frequent Regents representative for the Board of Supervisors, I'm really proud to stand behind this work. When we present it to the Board of Regents, again, we were made out to be the only system in the state that had these issues, and that was a narrative that lots of people wanted to follow in the national media and in the state. So I'm very proud that we can stand behind this report when we present it at Regents. I believe it's in September of every year. The calendar lags a little bit, but so at the start of the school year, we present very solid progress and very solid numbers that we can stand behind as far as incidents and those resolutions. So I want to thank Mr. Emanuel and your entire staff, the office and the Office of the President, the General Counsel, for all the work that's been done on this, because we can hold our heads high when we go in now and talk about unfortunate incidents, but how we work to take care of victims and survivors. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Werner. We now have a motion and a second. Any objections? Is the motion approved? Aye. And the motion is approved. Is there a motion to adjourn the committee? Lori and Robert second. All in favor? All opposed? And the committee is adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Armitage. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to reconvene the board meeting. Is there any objection? Without objection, the meeting will now come to order. Ms. Marilyn, please call the roll.
Mr. Woods?
Here.
Mr. Morrow? Here. Ms. Jones? Mr. Armenter?
Here.
Ms. Aronson?
Here.
Mr. Blossman? Here. Mr. Brown? Here. Mr. Damp? Here. Mr. Luke? Here. Mr. Mallett? Mr. Morris?
Here.
Mr. Starnes?
Here.
Mr. Temple? Ms. Werner?
Here.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Zuschlag? Mr. Chairman, there's a quorum.
Thank you. For our approval now are the minutes of the board meeting held on October 20th, 2023. They were previously provided. Are there any questions or any corrections relative to the October board meeting minutes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to accept them. Moved by Mr. Storms, second by Mr. Damp. Any objection? Motion is approved. Now we'll move on to personnel matters. Personnel actions, which were also provided prior to the meeting. Is there a motion to approve the personnel actions? Moved by Ms. Warner, second by Mr. Morrow. Any objections? The motion is approved. Also for our approval today are routine board reports and business items. They were also provided electronically. Are there any questions on any of the reports? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept them as presented? Moved by Ms. Aronson, second by Mr. Luke. Any objections? Hearing none, so ordered. At this time, we'll conduct the President Tate's annual evaluation. The Board of Supervisors may meet in executive session pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 4217 to discuss the professional competence of any personnel affiliated with our organization. Is there a motion to go into executive session for the President's evaluation?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Storm, second by Mr. Armitage. Any objections? Hearing none, we'll convene into executive session. Thank you. We'll report back, I guess, Monique, in an hour? Okay, good deal. Thank you. We're going to go upstairs on the 6th floor. Okay. We'll
Who's got to vote? Yeah.
No, we're just going to reconvene in open session.
Okay, very briefly, we're going to entertain a motion to reconvene the meeting. Is there a motion? Moved by
Second.
Mr. Morrow, second by Ms. Warner. Any objections? Hearing none, so ordered. Ms. Marilyn, please call the roll.
Mr. Woods?
Here.
Mr. Morrow?
Here.
Ms. Jones? Mr. Armenter?
Here.
Ms. Aronson?
Here.
Mr. Blossman?
Here.
Mr. Brown? Mr. Damp?
Here.
Mr. Luke? Mr. Mallett? Mr. Morris?
Here.
Mr. Starnes?
Here.
Mr. Temple? Ms. Warner?
Here.
Mr. Williams? Mrs. Zuschlag? Mr. Chairman, there's a quorum.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marilyn. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve all committee recommendations from today's earlier committee meetings.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Morrow, second by Mr. Armenter. Any objections? Hearing none, so ordered.
And now we'll just have a motion to go into executive session.
Okay. In order to go into executive session, moved by Mr. Storns, second by Mr. Blossman. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion now to return to open session.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Ometer, second by Mr. Damp. Any objections? Hearing none, so move. The board met in executive session to discuss President Tate's performance. I am pleased to announce that the board has provided the President a successful review of his performance evaluation due to his exceptional leadership of the LSU enterprise. Mr. President, congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you. We only have 9 members left, which we suspected, so we just won't be able to call any votes. We can finish the meeting.
I don't think we have any further votes to take, so thank you for that. We'll just accept the reports and hear the reports. Okay, thank you. The faculty and staff advisors report, I think, is up next on the agenda. Dr. Baysayev. Doctor, please join us. We'll present on behalf of the faculty advisors.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Dear Chair Woods, board members, and President Tate, thank you for having me today. My name is Inessa Bazayev. I'm Faculty Senate President at LSU A&M and the Chair of Council of Faculty Advisors, and it's my pleasure to present to you this report. As you may have heard, on November 9th, Governor Edwards signed executive order, extended parental leave policies recently adopted into the state civil service rules to non-classified employees in executive branch agencies. Although the provisions in state law do not apply to non-classified employees at LSU, our administration is currently revising the relevant university policies to adopt parental leave for birth, adoptive, and foster parents employed at LSU in a manner which mirrors the provisions in the executive order effective January 1st, 2024. This is a major step forward for LSU as it would increase recruitment and retention of top faculty. I hope that regular annual salary raises will be the next big step in the effort, especially since we have been steadily losing faculty to other universities due to non-competitive salaries and benefits. Our faculty leave LSU for various reasons, but the most obvious one is counteroffers from other institutions that are often 30 to 50% more than what our faculty make here. Infrequent raises over the last decade, coupled with increasing cost of living, including significant increases in the cost of insurance in our state, mean that our faculty are falling behind simply by standing still. The parental leave policy is therefore a very welcome and necessary step forward in addressing longstanding issues with faculty compensation and welfare. We look forward to continuing to work with LSU's administration to address issues with faculty compensation and benefits to make us competitive not only regionally, nationally, and globally, since our faculty are among some of the most high-achieving in the world. Highlighting the quality and success of our faculty, I would like to share with you significant accomplishments from our campuses across the state. Next slide, please. At the LSUA, faculty have been very busy developing online programs for students with robust offerings and nearly 300 sections being offered this spring in the online programs. LSUA's Center for Teaching Excellence's Career Champions Institute is off and running with faculty leading the charge for engaged teaching and learning. The new program will have a significant impact on students with hopes of career placement, keeping them in our Louisiana communities. Dr. Carol Corbat of LSUA in the Biological Sciences Department has been doing some outstanding research with students in the field biology classes, spending over 20 hours per week in the forest for their various research projects. Many of her students have gone on to work for the U.S. Forest Service and the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. The field biology class continues to be a favorite. Next slide, please. The LSU Ag Center is partnering with the Extension Foundation to pilot the use of artificial intelligence via the Extension Foundation Chatbot Initiative. The purpose of Extension Bot is to provide answers from cooperative extension resources in an easy-to-use conversational format, much like ChatGPT. Over the past 2 years, the LSU Ag Center Healthy Communities program has guided small towns through the application process while working with Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development to make funding projects possible. As a result, 11 communities with populations under 5,000 received over $13 million for pedestrian improvements, thanks to changes in the state's Transportation Alternatives Program. At the Pennington Biomedical Research Center, there are several remarkable faculty achievements. Dr. Amanda Staiano, in collaboration with Dr. Bill Herman of Vanderbilt University Medical Center, received $14 million, a 5-year Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, better known as PCORI, grant to study the ideal dose of behavioral interventions to treat childhood obesity in rural and minority communities across Tennessee and Louisiana. Dr. David McDougall received $1.8 million from the National Institute of Health grant to study what mechanisms of the brain and body makes a person more susceptible to hypoglycemia when taking diabetes medication. Dr. Leanne Radman received the LSU Presidential Laurel Award, recognizing exceptional academic, creative, and research accomplishments over the past year. Next slide. Finally, at LSU A&M, I'd like to especially highlight accomplishments in the arts and humanities. This fall, the LSU College of Humanities and Social Sciences, better known as HSS, announced the creation of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences Humanities Center. The HSS Humanities Center will support faculty, students, and staff engaged in thought-leading humanistic inquiry. Located in HSS, the intellectual heart of campus, the HSS Humanities Center will foster vibrant, innovative conversations across disciplines and will empower humane, creative thinking to address the world's most pressing challenges. The LSU College of Humanities and Social Sciences is also rolling out an array of courses for the spring semester that are engaging artificial intelligence. Courses in the AI Engaged Classroom in the Humanities and Social Sciences Institute will provide students with opportunities to familiarize themselves with research methods in the area of AI, to reflect on the challenges of AI poses, and to explore new forms of discovery with AI. Courses include introductory, intermediate, and advanced classes offered by over 30 faculty members across 8 departments in HSS. There are also a number of faculty highlights that are in front of you on the slide, and these are just very few from very many. And for the sake of time, I will just highlight a few of them. Dr. Allison Young, Assistant Professor of Contemporary Art History from the College of Art and Design, received Board of Regents Atlas Grant for her research entitled Work and the World, Gavin Gentis, Anti-Apartheid and the Post-War Avant-Garde. Dr. Lauren Griffin, Assistant Professor of Religious Studies, received Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities Grant for her research on Louisiana history and sacred spaces. Dr. Jazz Michael Sullivan, Professor of Political Science, Psychology, and African American Studies, also received a Board of Regents Atlas Grant on his work entitled African American Racial Trauma and the Political Reality. In the music department, Dr. Brian Neighbors, Assistant Professor of Composition, has engaged in numerous creative activities. Based on the poetry of Maya Angelou, Dr. Neighbors' orchestral composition entitled Upon Daybreak was composed for the New Music USA Amplifying Voices program. His other orchestral works were performed by an array of ensembles in summer and fall of 2022, both across the US and abroad, including the UK, Germany, Finland, and Switzerland. This impressive productivity added far-reaching value to LSU's mission and to the music and music-making aesthetic. And I should note, as a side note, Our music faculty is regularly performing at Carnegie Hall in New York City. Both faculty and students partake in various concerts there. Finally, Andrew Sluter, Distinguished Professor in the LSU Department of Geography and Anthropology from the College of HSS, was named as an Andrew Carnegie Fellow by the Carnegie Corporation of New York. Sluter was the first Carnegie Fellow in LSU history. The Carnegie Foundation funds significant research and writing in the social sciences and humanities that address important and enduring issues confronting society. We are incredibly proud of our faculty who uphold the mission of LSU as a land, sea, and space grant institution to generate, preserve, disseminate, and apply knowledge and cultivate the arts. From today's brief presentation, we can see a microcosm of the tremendous research and creative activity that goes on campuses of LSU. I emphasize the humanities because today they are frequently overlooked in our discussions of the role of higher education, but they are an essential part of comprehensive university. I believe that the Hall of Center for the Humanities at the University of Kansas describes their importance well. To the question of why the humanities, they point to the role of the humanities in nurturing critical thinking and the ability to engage in problem solving. In their words, quote, "The humanities help us understand who we are, what it means to be human, how we relate to others, and the pathways that have led us to this point in time. We cannot navigate our way through the present into the future without a balanced understanding of our diverse, complicated, and often problematic pasts," end quote. The market reflects these stated values as well. A recent article in Forbes addressed income disparities between STEM and humanities graduates and highlighted research showing that any initial earnings advantage between the areas fades by age 40. The two major reasons argues for this outcome is that while technical skills become obsolete more quickly as younger workers enter the workforce, the skills obtained in a liberal arts education don't expire. Furthermore, liberal arts and humanities majors, quote, "are also more likely to enter careers where mid-career salaries are the highest, including in upper management and business occupations, as well as careers that require advanced degrees such as law," end quote. Our faculty recognize the tremendous importance of the humanities and the necessity of a liberal arts education for the welfare of our students and communities, and we are pleased that our administration has taken steps to increase the number of humanities majors on campus, as President Tate stated at a recent meeting of the A&M Faculty Senate. We applaud these efforts and encourage the President and other members of the administration to continue emphasizing the importance of these disciplines as we discuss the role of higher education in the state of Louisiana. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Duplichan? No? Okay. Thank you. Mr. President, will you please proceed with your report?
Thank you. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank LSU Health Sciences New Orleans and Dr. Nelson and your team for hosting a wonderful board meeting and a set of events here. It's been great. I didn't say much when the governor was here because I didn't want to keep beating him up about beating him in football. But I do think in the record I would like to note, historically there have been some governors that are noted for their contribution to education. We often think of, for example, Lamar Alexander or Governor Hunt in North Carolina. When you think about the state of affairs here in higher education, and I was not a part of the LSU community 8 years ago, but I couldn't imagine inheriting that kind of budget shortfall and also wanting to move higher education forward. That's a daunting task. And I think that he has done an exemplary job, and I would like to add to the record on that front. And I would, because of what he did, put him in the same category as those governors who have made major contributions to higher education across the country. And so a thank you from me. I also look forward to working with the governor-elect who has an opportunity to do a similar thing. It's really exciting, and I'm looking forward to it. When I interviewed for this job, I asked or made a comment. I said, you know, I wanted LSU to be a place where you could win a Heisman Trophy and a Nobel Prize. I think Mr. Williams argued that that had already been accomplished. I think I was able to empirically demonstrate to him that that was indeed not a reality. We had won 2 Heisman Trophies, and it is my sincere hope that we will have a third in the next 36 hours or less. That said, the journey towards a Nobel Prize is equally challenging. It's probably what someone like a Jaden Daniels had to do all last year to pull off a season like he did now, scaled by about 1,000. And so how do you get there? One of the things that you'll note is that where people tend to win Nobel Prizes, there is a large amount of research expenditure at those institutions, because you need a huge portfolio, a density of quality with respect to researchers, and then you have to be fortunate enough to hit it. But if you think about it, it tends to happen at about 50 institutions within the AAU. And those top 50 institutions account for about, with respect to research expenditures, the top 50 institutions in the United States account for about 58% or almost 60% of all the research expenditures of the thousands upon thousands of universities in this country. So to win that prize, to engage in that quality work, happens at about 50 places. They dominate the research expenditures in this country. That said, I would like to provide you some context about where we are at LSU on the research side. First, you saw Dr. Clark's work. That doesn't happen because of accidents. That happens because he and his colleagues and many, many other people engaged in methodical research over time to create the conditions that you saw happen over a year with a burn victim. I mean, just stunning and magnificent. Here at LSU in the Baton Rouge campus, last year I reported, this year we reported $344 million of research expenditures. That is an increase of the recent HERD data has come out. That places us from 91 to 84, and the amount of research expenditures is up 16% from 2001. That's a significant jump. In the LSU system, the 5 research entities that we count in terms of research dollars, that would be Baton Rouge campus, the 2 health science centers, agriculture, and Pennington. We had over $428 million. Combined, that ranks 71 in the nation right now. That's substantial. And that's up from 76. To put in context, I think, Mr. Starnes, you said, how many schools are in the AAU? 71 now. So we would be one of, we're competing now. We're getting there. And I think it's extremely positive. And I couldn't be more excited to also report in that HERD data, LSU agriculture ranked in the top 15 in the United States of America. And we aspire to be in the top 10 there, and we aspire to be in the top 50 overall in terms of research expenditures for this country, because I want more Dr. Clarks to be able to demonstrate how their research is impacting the day-to-day lives of people. We don't just want to be in the top 50 for the sake of it. We want to do it because we think that's going to make for a better Louisiana, a better society overall. And I'm excited and thankful. You heard a report from our faculty leadership. This happens because the faculty work extremely hard and invest in doing research. Now, some research we do is not counted as a research expenditure. Many creative acts are not. But the fact is, it gives you a sense of how good our faculty is and how hard they're working. And I concur that we need to keep the momentum going from a financial perspective with respect to how they're paid, because we don't often get treated like we're in the top 71 research universities in some of the discourse that happens. I'm not lamenting it. I'm just saying empirically it is now a reality. And I think for me, it's a hats off to our faculty and all the administrators and staff who build the physical infrastructure and the service lines that are required to engage in this way. You combine that with every single campus set an enrollment record this past year, research records, enrollment records. This is a season where most of us, no matter what our background is, we reflect on and think about our lives. And we also are thankful for things. At least that's the way I was raised. Well, I'm going to say this in my report. I'm thankful for the faculty, staff, and the students and all the hard work to break enrollment records, to put us in a position to be one of the top 71 universities in America on research expenditures. And we aspire to do better. So we will be releasing our system strategic plan prior to the next meeting. We'll socialize you all about it so you can be sure to tell us if we step too low or you're never too high, but I want you all to be able to see it. And then what will happen subsequently is that the various campus activities that are going to be folded into that, they'll start folding out next semester. And then you'll be able to see a bigger picture of how we want to build off of what I consider to be one of the best places the LSU has ever been on enrollment and research. And I think we could be even stronger and we can make it to the top 50. I hope we can get $700 million of research expenditures in here over time, but that's going to require a lot of appropriation, a lot of philanthropy, and a lot of hard work. But we can get there. We've demonstrated excellence to date, and I'm just very thankful and excited this season to be part of the LSU community. That concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And we certainly concur with your comments. I'd too like to thank Dr. Nelson, his entire staff, for welcoming us here today. I know it's a very heavy lift to move a meeting from Baton Rouge to New Orleans. We certainly appreciate your cooperation and the work of you and your staff working along with Dr. Kane and Nicole and the entire team here. So thanks everybody who was involved with moving this meeting here. It seemed like a very simple thing to do, but the logistical lift is tough, really, just to move the meeting from Baton Rouge to here, and I have a whole new appreciation for it. So thank you very much for your cooperation. I also like to thank my colleagues and the staff and everybody who participated in today's meeting. Yesterday, we had a ribbon cutting for the Center for Advanced Learning and Simulation here at LSU Health Science Center, New Orleans. This state-of-the-art clinical simulation facility gives our students the opportunity and access to train and learn with faculty in a simulated hospital setting. In October, my colleagues and I participated in the Huey P. Long Fieldhouse ribbon cutting. This renovation has enhanced the academic and research experiences of our students, faculty, and staff for the LSU A&M College of Human Science and Education. Again, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I want to thank Governor John Bel Edwards and the Louisiana Legislature for their continued unwavering support of higher education funding that makes these state-of-the-art renovations a reality. During November, my colleagues and I participated in LSU Salute events honoring our country's veterans and military. Past chairs Storns and Warner participated in a luncheon and gave comments at a dinner with our cadets of the Old War Skull. I had the pleasure of joining our cadets of the Old War Skull veterans and LSU ROTC on the field at Tiger Stadium. for the Hall of Honor inductees announcement. Thank you to all of our brave veterans and military that serve our country each and every day, and I include my son in that number. We salute you. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we want to congratulate our colleagues, Supervisor Lee Mallett on his appointment to Governor-elect Landry's Transition Council as Chair of Workforce Development and Higher Education, and Supervisor Storns as a member of that Workforce Development Higher Education Transition Council, Supervisor Randy Morris and Supervisor Collis Temple on their appointment as council members on a transition for healthcare and hospitals. Again, thank you all for your participation in today's meeting. Happy holidays. Go Tigers and go Jaden Daniels. Thank you very much. This adjourns the meeting. We don't have the quorums. Right.